Again, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the women's 500 meter in just a few minutes, followed by the men's 500 meter, the women's 1,000 meter, and the men's 1,000 meter today. A total of 4 races on day 1 of Finally Finale. We will be starting races in just under 3 minutes, so stand by, ladies and gentlemen, for the first set of races in just under 3 minutes. In today's ladies 500 meter, we'll have a total of 26 pairs. That's 26 pairs of the ladies 500 meter. In the first pair today, in the inner lane from Quebec, we'll have Chloe Jelinek, and in the outer lane, also from Quebec, we'll have Ariane Fournier. And also just a shout out to all of our viewers on our YouTube channel. Welcome to Olympic Oval Finale. We hope that you enjoy these races from home. And we expect today to be an absolutely spectacular day of racing. And our first pair of skaters are off, both from Quebec, Chloe Jelinek and Ariane Fournier. In our first pair today, 500 meter race. Got a split time of 11:74 for Fournier and 11:81 for Jelinek. Heading into the backstretch. Great camera views here for our YouTube viewers. Into the back turn and into the final 100 meters. Jelinek and Fournier duking it out. Jelinek with a 0.07 second lead. And a final time of 42:17 for Jelinek and a 42:19 for Fournier. In pair number 2, in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Emmanuel Cote, and from Alberta, in the outer lane, we have Victoria Goplin. And pair 2 is off. Cote from Quebec and Gopelin from Alberta. 500-meter races today. Split time 11:73 for Cote and 11:69 for Gopelin. Sorry. Into the backstretch, heading into the final turn. Into the last turn of the oval, heading into the final 100 meters. Gopelin and Cote duking it out. And Victoria Gopelin with the final time of 41:22, and Emmanuel Cote with a 41:7. Next up in pair number 3 in the inner lane from Alberta, we have Haley Bell. And in the outer lane also from Alberta, Laura Hall. And our skaters are off here. Battle between the two Albertans, Bell and Hall. Heading into the final lap, of course. And we have a skater down. Heading into the backstretch. And into the final turn. And into the final 100 meters. Some great camera shots here at the Olympic Oval for our viewers here on YouTube. And a final time of 41:64 for Laura Hall. Next up in pair number 4 in the inner lane from Alberta, we have Hee-Wan Son. And in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Audrey Phaneuf. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of an ice repair. Whenever a skater goes down, sometimes we have to delay things just a little bit just to make sure our ice continues to be the fastest ice in the world. You can see there Greg Plannert there with the ice techs, making sure the ice is crisp, sharp, clean, and smooth. Again, just a little bit of a delay until we fix the ice. Our ice technicians freshly back from the Beijing 2022 Olympics, who were responsible for the ice there. And our skaters are off. Hee-Wan Son versus Audrey Phaneuf. The time to beat, of course, is Victoria Gopelin's 41:22. Split opener for Phaneuf of 11:45 and Son with an 11:41. Heading into the backstretch. Into the final turn on the south part of the oval. And into the last 100 meters. Again, the time to beat is Victoria Gopelin's 41:22. And Hee-Wan Son takes it with a 40:79 and Audrey Phaneuf with a 40:94. That puts Hee-Wan Son into first place. Next up in pair number 5, in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Caroline Gingras, and in the outer lane from Alberta, we have Anna Bourgeois. And skaters are off in pair number 5 this morning, pair 5 of 26 in the women's 500 meter. Day 1 of finale. Opener split time of 11:29 for Gingras and 11:47 for Bourgeois. Into the backstretch. You can see the coaches there. Heading into the final turn and the last 100 meters here on the fastest ice in the world. Some great shots, some great camera work here again for our YouTube viewers. And Bourgeois with a final time of 42 and Gingras with a final time of 40:26. That puts Bourgeois in first place. Next up, folks, is pair number 6. In the inner lane from the United States, we have Blair Cruikshank. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, we have Allison Desmarais. And our pairs are off, and that is a false start, ladies and gentlemen. A false start. For our YouTube viewers, we'd love to hear your comments on our YouTube channel. Feel free to comment on the races today. We'd love to hear from you. And our skaters are off. Again, this is pair 6 today, the women's 500 meter. United States versus Canada. Cruikshank versus Desmarais. Opener split time of 11 even for Cruikshank and 11:18 for Desmarais. Heading into the backstretch, you can see their coaches there. That's the Olympic Oval's very own Mike Ireland in the back. Into the south turn. And into the final 100 meters. Again, some fantastic shots here from the Olympic Oval cameras. And Desmarais with a final time of 39:2 and Cruikshank with a 40:05. That puts Desmarais in first place. Next up in pair number 7, in the inner lane, we have from Quebec, Rose Laliberté Roy, and in the outer lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. And the skaters are off. Pair number 7 of 26 this morning. Day 1 finale. Also St. Patrick's Day. Opener of 10:93 for Laliberté Roy and a 11:30 for McCluskey. Into the backstretch there. You can see Coach Shannon Rempel. Heading into the south turn. And into the final 100 meters here. Absolutely spectacular shots for our YouTube viewers. And we have a final time of 39:84 for McCluskey and Laliberté Roy with a 38:87. That puts Laliberté Roy in first place. Congratulations, ladies. Next up in the inner lane from British Columbia, Carolina Hiller, and in the outer lane from Quebec is Beatrice Lamarche. And our skaters are off. This is pair 8 of 26 this morning on St. Patrick's Day. Opener for Hiller of a 10.69 and Lamarche with a 10.94. That puts Lamarche just 0.01 seconds ahead of the lead. Into the back stretch. Look how incredibly shiny that ice is. Into the south turn. And into the final 100 meters. Great ice shot there at the bottom. Hiller with a final time of 39.14 and Lamarche with a 38.99. La Liberté Roy is still in the lead. Next up, pair number 9. That's from British Columbia in the inner lane, Kirsten Hagen. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, that's Mila Ribben. And skaters are off in pair number 9 of 26 this morning. The time to beat La Liberté Roy's was at 38.86. Opener split time for Hagen of 11.95 and Ribben with a 12.05, putting them a little over 1 second each above the lead. That's Coach Arno Hugeveld there. Heading into the south turn. Into the final 100 meters. Hagen versus Ribben. Nice ice shot there at the bottom. And Hagen with the final time of 42.25 and Ribben with a 43.01. La Liberté Roy is still in the lead. Next up, for pair number 10 in inner lane from Alberta is Molly Johnson, and in the outer lane also from Alberta is Caitlin Pelkey. And our skaters are off. Pair number 10 this morning. Johnson versus Pelkey, both from Alberta. Opener of 11.75 for Johnson and a 11.9 for Pelkey. Coach Mike Ireland there on the side, heading into the final south turn. And into the final 100 meters. And in the final, Johnson with a 42.08 and Pelkey with a 41.91. Next up is pair number 11 in the inner lane from Quebec. We've got Camille Tremblay, and in the outer lane also from Quebec, Emily Greenfield. Hold on. This is pair number 11 off here, and out of a total of 26 pairs here for the women's 500 meter. Opener split time, Tremblay with a 11.45 and Greenfield with a 11.69. That puts them just under second behind the lead. Into the final south stretch and into the last 100 meters. Tremblay versus Greenfield, both from Quebec. And Tremblay with a final time of 41.78 and Greenfield with a 41.69. La Liberté Roy is still in the lead. Next up in the inner lane from Alberta, Zoe Luders, and in the outer lane from Quebec is Allison Lalonde. And our skaters are off here. This is pair number 12 of 26. Here in the women's 500 meter. Split time 11:84 for Luders and 11:82 for Lalonde, putting them just under a second behind the lead. That's Coach Arno Hugeville of the Olympic Oval there on the backstretch. Heading into the south turn. And into the last 100 meters. Absolutely fantastic shots here for our YouTube viewers. And a final time of 42:25 for Luders and a 42:06 for Lalonde. Next up in pair number 13 in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Juliette Grenier. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, we have Sylvie Lloyd. And our skaters are off. Again, pair number 13 this morning out of 26. Halfway done this morning's ladies 500 meter. Opener split time from Grenier of 12 even and Lloyd with 11:66. And into the final 100 meters. Across the finish line, Grenier with a 42.98 and Lloyd with a 42.74. Next up in the inner lane from Ontario, Claire Millard, and in the outer lane also from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. And skaters are off. Race between Ontarians. Opener split time of 12:16 for Millard and 11:96 for Freitag. That's Coach Arno Hugeveld on the backstretch. Heading into the south corner. And to the final 100 meters. And then Millard with the final time of 42.72 and Freitag with a 42.94. Next up in the inner lane in pair number 15 from Manitoba, we've got Chloe Beauchesne, and in the outer lane, from Quebec, we have Alex Delvaux. Looks like we only got one skater on the ice. Just one skater in this pair. That's Alex Delvaux from Quebec. Just one skater in this pair. Split time of 11:97 for Delvaux. La Liberté Roy is still in the lead. Heading into the backstretch and the final corner. final turn and to the final 100 meters. And Delvaux with a final time of 42.4 in the women's 500 meter. Next up in the inner lane from Alberta, we've got Emma Langstrom, and in the outer lane from Germany, Nella Charlene Neumann. And our skaters are off here in pair number 16 here of 26. 10 more races to go for the women's 500 meter. Canada versus Germany. Langstrom with an 11.85 opener and Neumann with an 11.92 heading into the backstretch. That's Coach Christina Lazarescu in the backstretch into the final south turn. Heading into the last 100 meters. And Neumann with a final time of 42.59 and Langstrom with a 43.29. Next up in pair number 17 in inner lane from Sweden, we've got Anne-Marie Lindqvist. And in the outer lane from Alberta, we have Maya Luders. Skaters are off here in pair number 17 of 26 this morning. Day number 1, finale, the final competition of the 2021-2022 season. Luders with an opener of 11.86 and Lindqvist with a 12.33. The time to beat is still La Liberté Royce from Quebec with a 38.86. Into the south turn and in the final 100 meters. And Luders with a final time of 43.20. With a 42.54 and Lindqvist with a 43.25. Next up in pair number 18 in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Alexa Annika, and in the outer lane from British Columbia, Brooke Braun. And skaters are off. Ontario versus British Columbia. Split opener for Annika of a 12.12 and Braun with a 12.36. Into the backstretch, Coach Arno Hugeveld and Coach Christina Lazarescu. Into the final south turn and in the last 100 meters. And Annika with a final time of 42.99 and Braun with a 44.42. Next up in pair number 19, inner lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Sandrine Levesque. Skaters are off. Pair number 19 of 26 this morning. Day 1 of finale. Dvorak with a split time of 12.18 and Levesque with an 11.94. Into the back stretch. Into the south turn. And into the last 100 meters. And Levesque with a final time of 42.78, and Dvorak with a 44.48. Next up is pair number 20 in the inner lane from Ontario. We have Rachel Millard, and in the outer lane from Sweden, Tina Svensson. Skaters are off here. Pair number 20 of 26 this morning for the women's 500 meter. Split time of 12:46 for Millard and 12:13 for Svensson. Into the backstretch there with the crossover, heading into the south turn. And into the final 100 meters. Svensson takes the lead with a final time of 43.88 and Millard with a 44.97. Next up is pair number 21 in the inner lane from Alberta. We have Elena Manina, and in the outer lane also from Alberta, Camille Alford. And our skaters are off. Both from Alberta, Manina and Alford. Manina with an opener of 13:17, and Alford with a 12:22. Heading into the backstretch there, that's Coach Christina Lazarescu in the back. Heading into the south turn. And into the final 100 meters. Alfred with the final time of 44.58 and Manina the final time of 47.33. Next up in pair number 22 in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Daria Vaught, and in the outer lane also from Ontario, Brielle Durham. And our skaters are off. Pair number 22 of 26 this morning. Day one of Finally Finale, the final competition of the 2021-2022 season. Vote with a 12:31 opener, and Durham with a 12:38 split opener. In the backstretch, heading to the final south turn. South corner, I should say. And into the final 100 meters. Again, great shots from our camera work here at the Olympic Oval. We have incredible cameramen. Daria Volt with a final time of 45.82 and Brielle Durham with a final time of 45.62. Next up in pair number 23 in the inner lane from Manitoba, we have Rachel Spridzans, and in the outer lane from Ontario, we have Sarah Murray. And our skaters are off pair 23 of 26 this morning for the women's 500 meter. Opener split time for Spridzans with a 12:31 and Murray with a 12:25. Into the backstretch. Into the south corner. And into the final 100 meters here on the fastest ice in the world at the University of Calgary. And Spridzans with the final time of 45:67 and Murray with a 45:2 even. Next up in pair number 24 in the inner lane from Ontario, we've got Haley Murray, and in the outer lane from British Columbia, Elizabeth Smith. And our skaters are off pair number 24 this morning. Pair number 24 of 26. Opener split time for Murray of a 12:46. Smith with a 13:29. Into the backstretch. Heading into the south corner. And into the final 100 meters here on the fastest ice in the world. And a final time of 45:70 for Elizabeth Smith and a 45:89 for Haley Murray. Next up in pair number 25, in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Catherine Girard. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, we have Juliette Vaillancourt. And this is pair number 25 of 26 this morning for the women's 500-meter races here on day one of Finally Finale. Opener split time for Vaillancourt with a 12:73 and Girard with a 13:47. Into the south stretch. Backstretch, sorry. Heading into the south corner. And into the final 100 meters. Here in the fastest ice in the world. Girard with a final time of 47:64 and Vaillancourt with a final time of 47:12. And in our last pairing this morning for the women's 500 meter, we have in the inner lane from Ontario, Kaylin Jolliffe. And Jolliffe is off here in the final pair of this morning's women's 500-meter races. Opener split time of 12:75. Heading into the backstretch before the south corner.
I'm not going to do it now. I won't do it now.
And in the south corner there, into the final 100 meters here. And the final pairing for this morning's ladies 500 meter.
Tutorial videos I was watching had a lot of...
And Jolliffe with a final time of 47:34. And ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up this morning's 500 meter races. We will be starting the men's 500 meter at 11:05. That's in approximately half an hour. At 11:05, the men's 500 meter races. And our top three finalists for today were Rose Laliberte Roy with a final time of 38:86. In second place, Beatrice Lamarche with a final time of 38.99, and Carolina Hiller with a final time of 39.14. Congratulations, ladies. So, ladies and gentlemen, stand by for just about half an hour. Grab yourself a cup of coffee here. Maybe a green cup of coffee if you're lucky for St. Patrick's Day. And we will head into the men's 500 meter in just about half an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the men's 500 meter in just under 5 minutes. Again, we'll be starting the men's 500 meter in just under 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, in just about 3 minutes, we'll be starting the men's 500 meter. In just about 3 minutes, the men's 500 meter. Ladies and gentlemen, in just about a minute and a half, we will be starting the men's 500 meter. You can always see the start time on our north corner jumbotron there of the countdown. Again, this is day one of finale, and we'll be starting the men's 500 meter momentarily. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the first pair of today's first set of pairings, we'll have 20 sets of pairings. In the inner lane from Ontario, we'll have Chris Homestead, and in the outer lane from Alberta, we'll have Zach Lacroix, whose dad used to work here. And ladies and gentlemen, we're starting off with a false start this morning. We're actually going to have a total of 32 pairs of men's races this morning, but we'll first do 20 sets of pairs, have a flood, and do the remaining 12 sets of pairs. And our skaters are off this morning in the first men's pair of the 500 meter. Homestead with an opener of 10:21 and Lacroix with a 10:53. Heading into the south corner of the oval and into the final 100 meters between Homestead and Lacroix. Ontario versus Alberta, sorry. And Homestead with the final time of 36.75 and Lacroix with a 36.83. Next up, pair number 2 in the inner lane from British Columbia, we've got Eric Orlowski. And in the outer lane from Alberta, we have Yankun Zhao. And the men are off, and we've got, this is pair number 2 of the men's 500 meter here on day 1 of finale. Orlowski with an opener of 10:21 and Zhao with a 10:04. A lot of people don't know that Yankun Zhao's mom used to be a coach here at the Olympic Oval. Heading into the south corner and to the final 100 meters.
So like that guy right down there now, he's got some black ankle things on it.
Well, she must have seen it. I don't think she was saying.
And Zhao with a final time of 36.21, putting him into first place, and Orlowski with a 36.52. And that is a new personal best for Yankun. Next up in pair number 3 in the inner lane from Alberta, we've got Cody Miller, and in the outer lane from Ontario, we've got Ryan Gibson. That was a false start from the outer lane, ladies and gentlemen. That was a false start on the outer lane. And our skaters are off. Miller versus Gibson. Alberta versus Ontario. Heading into the split opener, Miller with a 10-11 and Gibson with a 10 even. Into the backstretch here at the Oval. That's Coach Mike Ireland on the coach's corner. Coach's box, sorry. That slipped. Heading into the final 100 meters. Miller versus Gibson. The time to beat is Yankun Zhao. And a final time for Miller of 36.22 and Gibson with a 35.95, putting him into first position.
So this is
Hold on. Next up, we've got in the inner lane from Alberta, Paul Coder, and in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And our skaters are off. Coder versus Doan. The time to beat, Gibson in first place. Coder with an opener of 10:05, and Doan with a 10:02, putting them in second and fourth place, respectively. On our YouTube channel there, you can see our coaches in the coaches box. And into the south corner of the skater's head into the final 100 meters. And Doan with the final time of 36:23, and Coder with a 36:1. That puts Coder into second position and Doan into fifth. Next up in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Charles-Émile Gelinet-Dion, and from Alberta, we have, in the outer lane, Anders Johnson. And that's a false start, folks. That is a false start on the outer lane. False start on the outer lane. And skaters are off. Gelinet-Dion versus Johnson. Quebec versus Alberta.
It's hard with timing, but
Opener of 9.97 for Gelinet-Dion, putting him in first, and Johnson with a 10.27 in ninth. Anders Johnson also works here at the Olympic Oval.
to say how long I'm on each camera, and at the end of a session, it would be like, okay, so you're
Into the south corner and into the final 100 meters.
Like you could actually just have a camera up and you could track people on the ice and then they hit a certain spot on the
Great final shot there. And Gelinet-Dion with the final time of 36.1, putting him into third position, and Johnson with a 36.06, putting him into second position. Next up in the inner lane from Alberta, we've got Connor Howe, who was just in Beijing, and we've got in the outer lane from Quebec, Hubert Marco. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 6 of 20 for the first part of this morning's men's 500-meter races. Howe with a 10.28 opener and Marco with a 10.26, putting them in 9th and 11th positions, respectively, into the backstretch there. And in the south corner, heading into the final 100 meters here on the fastest ice in the world. Great shot there for our YouTube viewers. And Howe with a final time of 35.5, putting him into first position. Congratulations, Connor. And Marco with a final time of 35.84, putting him into second position. That's next up. We have pair number 7 in the inner lane from Nova Scotia, Cooper Emin, and from the outer lane in Alberta, we've got Frank Roth. And this is pair number 7 off this morning for the men's 500 meter here on day 1, St. Patrick's Day. Emin with a split opener of 9.85. Roth with a 9.88, putting them in first and second positions, heading into the backstretch.
This is the easier one to have.
And you can see better from there, right? Like, you can see everything you need to see from there. So it's like I just brought
Into the back corner into the final 100-meter stretch.
If you guys are paired together, it'll be 5 minutes.
And Cooperman with a final time of 35:27, putting him in second position. And Frank Roth with a final time of 35 even, putting him into first position. Congratulations, gentlemen. Next up in pair number 8 in the inner lane from Quebec, we've got Christopher Fiola. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, we've got Cedric Brunet. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a false start. That is a false start on the outer lane. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 8 of 20 in this morning's first set of men's 500-meter races here on finale, day 1, St. Patrick's Day. Fiola with an open of 9:82, putting him in first. Brunet with a 9:9, putting him into fourth. Heading into the backstretch. And the final turn before the last 100 meters here on the fastest ice in the world. Lots of cheering here from fans. Fiola with a final time of 34:84, putting him into first position, and Brunet with a 35:23, putting him into third position. Congratulations, Christopher Fiola. Next up in the inner lane for pair number 8, we have from Quebec, Guillaume Labbé, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. And our skaters are off. Labbé from Quebec and Holzer from Alberta. The time to beat is Christopher Fiola's 34:84. Labbé with an opener of 10:4, putting him in 16th position, and Holzer with a 10:55 and 18th positions respectively. Coaches Shannon Rempel and Arno Hugveld there on the backstretch. Into the final south turn before the last 100 meters here on the... Oh, we have a skater down. And we've got Guillaume Labbé with a final time of 36:85. We're just going to take a look there at the ice to make sure we don't need any ice repair. So, folks, we have a little bit of ice repair here on the south corner of the oval, a temporary delay. Our ice technicians, who are the most skilled and talented ice technicians on the planet, are taking care of our ice here in Calgary. Our ice technicians just came back from helping the Chinese run the Beijing 2022 Olympics for the speed skating facility there at the Ice Ribbon. They did an absolutely incredible job there for the Olympics. A lot of people don't know that our ice technicians are contracted through many of the last several Olympics, as our expertise is unmatched in the world. For our YouTube viewers there, you can see our ice technicians using a trowel to help flatten the ice, and then they use a little bit of water there, a trowel, and an extinguisher to help flatten out the ice and smooth it out. A little bit of slush, a little bit of CO2, and before you know it, you've got the fastest ice in the world again. The ice techniques may seem old school, but they're incredibly effective here on the fastest ice in the world. Again, folks, just a bit of a temporary delay as we repair the ice here. And then we'll be heading into pair number 10.
Axel's son.
Again, folks, just a bit of a temporary delay as we repair the ice. We need to make sure that the ice surface is in absolutely exquisite condition for the next races. We don't want to have any accidents, of course. Nice shot there from our camera down on the ice. I want to say it's a bird's eye view, but it's not a bird's eye view. It's more like a groundhog's eye view. I love that camera shot. It's awesome. I love it. I love it. Has anyone ever hit it? That camera? Is it? Did you attach it in? Is it remote? Like, how are you feeding it? Just like through Wi-Fi? How did they do that in China? Do they have like a camera built into the ice that kind of just pops out? Oh, do they? Okay. We're thinking of trademarking this camera shot as the groundhog cam here for our YouTube viewers. Again, folks, just a temporary delay here on the ice. We want to make sure the ice, of course, is safe, efficient, and fast, but we do have to do a little bit of repair, so just a little bit more of a delay, and we'll resume with pair number 10. And in pair number 10, we have two racers from Sweden. In the inner lane, we have David Karlingsjo, and the outer lane, we have Adam Axelsson. confused because I know it's Sweden, but I think Ukraine when I see them. And our skaters are off here. This is pair number 10 here of 20 in the first round of 500-meter races here for the men's 500-meter. Split opener for Klingsjo with a 10:33 and Alexson with a 10:3 heading into the backstretch. This is again day one of finale, and it very much is an international competition as we have many countries here this weekend. Heading into the final 100-meter stretch on the fastest ice in the world. And our groundhog cam catches Karlingsjo with a 37.7 final time and Alexson with a 36.82. Next up in pair number 11 in the inner lane from Manitoba, we have Joel Simpson. And in the outer lane, it looks like it's just Joel Simpson in this race. And Simpson's is off in this race. This is pair number 11. Pair number 11. Simpson with an opener of 10:38. The time to beat, of course, is Christopher Fiola with a 34.84. That's Coach Mike Ireland there in the backstretch. There in the coach's box. Into the south corner. And into the final 100 meters here. And the groundhog cam catching Simpson with a final time of 37.42. That puts him into 20th position. Next up in pair number 12, we have in the inner lane from Ontario, Emile Hodzik-Santor. And in the outer lane from France, Thomas Malin. And our skaters are off. Thomas Malin from France. And Emile Hodzik-Santor from Ontario. Malin with an opener of 10.77 and Hodzik-Santor with a 10.55. That's Coach Arno Hugeveld and Coach Mike Ireland there in the coach's box on the backstretch, heading into the south corner before the final 100-meter stretch into the last. And the groundhog cam again with the final time of Hodzik-Santor with a 37.34, putting him in 20th position, and Malin with a 37.69, putting him into 22nd position. Next up, in the inner lane from Manitoba, we've got Simon Coutts, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Zachary Despres. And our skaters are off. Ladies and gentlemen, this is pair number 13 of 20 in the first set of the men's 500 meter. Coutts with an opener of 10.58 and Despres with a 10.46. Into the final stretch there on the back, heading into the south corner. Through the south corner to the last 100 meters. The time to beat, of course, is Christopher Fiola's 34.84. Coutts with the final time of 37.09, putting him in 21st position, and Despres with a 37.03, putting him in 19th position. Next up is pair number 14. In the inner lane from Quebec, we have Emile Huard, and in the outer lane, we have also from Quebec, Gregory Picard. So tonight, season 2, episode 3 tonight. Huard versus Picard, both from Quebec. Huard with an opener of 10-4 and Picard with a 10-74.
Stacey alert.
Into the backstretch and the final corner.
PB's dropping like crazy. How do we
David's
know?
got a list of PBs down there.
Into the south corner, into the final 100 meters. Picard versus Huard.
We were gonna wait until tomorrow morning to close off.
And Picard with a final time of 37.77, putting him in 26th, and Huard with a 37.39, putting him into 23rd position. Next up, folks, in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, we've got Bon Lo, and in the outer lane from Alberta, we've got Andre Erasmus.
It was like the most.
And Bon Lo from Saskatchewan, Andre Erasmus from Alberta. This is pair number 15. Low with a split time of 10.62 and Erasmus with a 10.3. Little fun fact, Bon Lo is a graduate of sorts from the RBC training ground, here now training at the Olympic Oval. Heading into the south corner and into the final 100 meters. And Erasmus with the final time of 37.07, putting him in 20th position, and Low with the final time of 37.82, putting him into 28th position. Next up for pair number 16 in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, we've got Luca Wieman, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. And skaters are off here for pair number 16. Pair number 16 here of the men's 500 meter. Day 1 of finally finale. Wieman with a 10.57 opener and Champagne with a 10.45. Heading past coaches Christina Lazarascu and Arno Hugveld. Into the south corner and into the final 100 meters. And our groundhog cam capturing the final piece there with Wieman at a 37.83 and Champagne with a 37.14, putting them into 30th and 23rd positions respectively. Next up in pair number 17 in the inner lane from Alberta, we've got Caleb Jacobson, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a false start. That is a false start for the outer lane. False start for the outer lane. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 17 of 20 in this morning's 500 meter races. Opener split time for Jacobson with a 10:61 and Hamill with a 10:83. Into the backstretch there, that's Coach Christina Lazarascu of the Olympic Oval. Into the back south corner, into the final 100 meters. And Jacobson with a final time of 38:28 and Hamill with a 38:06. That puts him into 32nd and 31st positions, respectively. Next up, in pair number 18 in the inner lane, we have from Sweden, Oskar Nilsson. And in the outer lanes from the Netherlands, Bart Seffinga. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a false start. A false start on the outer lane. False start on the outer lane. It's almost like there's an optical illusion on the ice that it's kind of going like this. So slightly. That's a very cool effect. I think it looks awesome. Like it feels like the, on concrete you see the heat coming off the concrete. And our skaters are off. Sweden versus the Netherlands. Nilsson with a split time of 10:81 and Seffinga with a 10:91. Heading into the backstretch and into the south corner of the oval. Into the last 100 meters here.
Just remove the flood for those bottom 12.
And Seffinga with a final time of 38:38 and Nilsson with a 38:79, putting them into 34th and 33rd positions. Next up, folks, pair number 19 in the inner lane from Quebec, we've got William Lefrancois. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, we've got Daniel Pauli. And our skaters are off. Pair number 19 here on the men's 500 meter, day one of finale. Lefrancois with an opener of 10:68 and Pauli with a 10:41. Into the south corner. And into the final 100 meters. And Lefrancois with the final time of 38:32, and Pauli with a 37:91. That puts him into 34th and 31st positions. And next up on the final pairing of this first set of the men's 500 meter, in the inner lane from Quebec, we've got Felix Larochelle, and in the outer lane from Alberta, we've got Jared Farquharson. And our skaters are off here. Pair 20 men's 500 meter, day one of finale, Canada Cup 4. Farquharson with a 10:61 split opener and LaRoche with a 10:79. That's Coach Arno Hugveld there on the backstretch. longtime coach here at the Olympic Oval, into the south corner and into the final 100-meter stretch. Our groundhog cam catching the last shot there with Farquharson with a final time of 38.38 and La Rochelle, with a 38.17. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the first set of pairings here for the men's 500 meter. Currently, we have Christopher Fiola from Quebec with a 34.84 in the lead, followed by Frank Roth from Alberta with a 35 even, and third place is Cedric Brunet with a 35.23 from Quebec. We will resume with the men's 500 meters. That will be pairs 21 through 32 at exactly 11:55. So in just under 12 noon. My mistake, folks. 12 noon. We will be resuming races at 12 noon. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting races in just under 2 minutes 30 seconds. We'll be starting the second half of the men's 500 meter in just less than 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting races in just about 2 minutes. We'll be having another set of pairs 21 through 32 for the men's 500 meter. Here on day one of Olympic Oval finale, Canada Cup number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, just under a minute and a half, we'll be starting pair number 21. And in pair number 21, in the inner lane from Alberta, we'll have Logan Toblin. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, we'll have Nicholas Guliov. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 21 of 32 this morning. Sorry, actually this afternoon. We just hit lunchtime. Toblan with the opener split time of 10:75 and Guliov with a 10:7. The time to beat, of course, is Christopher Fiolas with a 34:84. That's Coach Christina Lazarescu in the backstretch there. Skaters heading into the south corner into the final 100 meters. And Toblan with the final time of 38.8 and Guliov with a 38.05. That puts him into 32nd and 40th positions, respectively. Next up, in pair number 22 in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, we've got Keegan Waddington. And in the outer lane from Alberta, we've got Daniel Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a false start. False start on the outer lane. False start on the outer lane. And our skaters are off. Waddington from Saskatchewan, Hall from Alberta. Opener split times of 10:83 and 11:17. Heading to the backstretch. Into the south corner and the final 100 meters. And our groundhog cam catches the final finish line crossing with Waddington with a 38.85 and Hall with a 39.46, putting them into 41st and 42nd positions. Next up in pair number 23 in the inner lane from Ontario, we've got Matthew Freytag, and in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, we've got Liam Dallaire. And our skaters are off. Pair number 23 of 32 this afternoon here for on the first day of finale Canada Cup number 4. Freytag with a 10.72 split opener and Dallaire with a 11.06 split opener. Skaters there in the backstretch heading into the south corner. Again, lots of great camera shots here for our YouTube audience. Heading into the final 100 meters. Freytag with a final time of 39.25 and Dallaire with a 39.09. That puts them into 42nd and 43rd positions. Next up, pair number 24 in the inner lane from Switzerland, we've got Matthias Nagali, and in the outer lane from Quebec, we've got Ethan Demel. Skaters are off. Here on this first day, this St. Patrick's Day of Canada Cup number 4, finale. We'll see who has the luck of the Irish this finale. Into the backstretch, heading into the south corner. That's Coach Kevin Crockett there at the back. South corner heading into the final 100 meters. And our groundhog Cam catching the final shot there with Nagali with a final time of 39.67 and Demel with a 39.49. That puts them into 45th and 46th positions. Next up, pair number 25, inner lane from Australia, Darius Echete, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Stephen Lee. Skaters are off. Pair number 25 this afternoon on a beautiful St. Patrick's Day. Echete with an 11.9 split opener. Lee with a 10.78. The time to beat, of course, is Christopher Fiola's 34.84. Heading into the south corner and the final 100 meters. And Lee with a final time of 39.71 and Echete with a 42 even. That puts him into 47th and 48th positions. Next up, in pair number 26 in the inner lane from Quebec, we've got William Boissonneau. And in the outer lane from Alberta, we've got Ian Dwyer. And folks, this is pair number 26 of 32 this afternoon. An 11.43 split over for Dwyer and an 11.73 for Boissonneau. Heading into the backstretch into the south corner. And into the final 100 meters here for the men's second pairings of the 500 meter. And Dwyer with the final time of 41.74 and Boissonneau with a 41.25. That puts him into 48th and 49th positions. Next up in pairing number 27 in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, we've got Liam Mikagu. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, we've got Aaron Riel. Skaters are off. Pair number 27 of 32 this afternoon. Day 1, finale. St. Patrick's Day. Split opener of 10.84 for Riel and 11.23 for Makagu. Into the backstretch. Heading into the south corner of the oval. And into the final 100 meters. Our groundhog cam catching the race with a 43 final for Riel and a 41.31 for Makagu. Next up in pairing number 28 in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, we've got Oscar Stack Michasa. And in the outer lane from Alberta, we've got Zachary Adelman. Skaters are off. Pair number 28 this morning. Sorry, this afternoon. Split opener for Adelman with an 11.50. Stack Michasa with an 11.41. Heading into the backstretch. That's Coach Phil Riopel at the back there in the coach's box. Heading into the south corner. And into the final 100 meters. Again, the time to beat is Christopher Fiola's 34.84. Our groundhog cam capturing the final finish line there, and Stack Michasa with a 40.65 final time, and Edelman with a 41.28. Next up is pair number 29, and in the inner lane from British Columbia, we've got Jack Hansen. And in the outer lane from Ontario, we've got Joshua Sutherland. Oh, looks like we just have an outer lane in this race. And Sutherland is off. Sutherland from Ontario. This is just one race in this pairing. Sutherland with a split opener of 11.71. Heading into the backstretch and heading back into the south corner of the oval. Into the final 100 meters here for this 500 meter race. And Sutherland with a final time of 41.86. Next up in pair number 30, in the inner lane from Nova Scotia, we've got Finley Tilloch. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, we've got Cameron Thomas. Pair number 30 of 32 this afternoon. Finally finale, Canada Cup 4. Tulloch with a split opener of 11:42 and Thomas with an 11:43 heading into the backstretch. That's Coach Christina Lazarescu in the back there on the coach's box. Heading into the south corner here at the Oval. And into the final 100 meters. We do want to hear from our YouTube subscribers. Let us know what you think. Are you enjoying the races? And Tulloch with a final time of 40:72 and Thomas with a 40:98.
Watching from Ukraine.
Next up, in pair number 31, we have in the inner lane from British Columbia, we have Benjamin Conwicki. And in the outer lane from Ontario, we've got Scott Taylor. And this is pair number 31 off. Conwicki and Taylor, BC versus Ontario. Conwicki with a split opener of 11:74 and Taylor with an 11:54. Into the backstretch, heading towards the south corner. Turning into the south corner and heading into the final 100 meters. Our groundhog cam catching the last shot, and that's Conwicki with a final time of 42:51 and Taylor with a 42:95. And finally, pair number 32 from Alberta in the inner lane, we've got Bob Irvine. Irvin is off there from Alberta. The final pairing of today's men's 500 meter. Split opener of 12:22. Total of 32 pairs this morning and afternoon for the men's 500 meter. On day one of finally finale. Canada Cup number 4. On St. Patrick's Day. Who's got the luck of the Irish today? And Irvine heading into the finish line with a time of 45:50. And ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our men's 500 meter races. And you can see that our first position is Christopher Fiola from Quebec with a 34:84 final time. In second position, Frank Roth from Alberta with a 35 even. And in third position is Cedric Brunet from Quebec with a final time of 35:23. And Christina and Mike Rive are taking the blocks off. We'll be having a Zamboni flood at 12:45 where all skaters must leave the ice. No skaters are allowed on the ice when the Zamboni is on. Again, we'll be having a Zamboni flood at 12:45. And for the women's 1,000 meter, we'll be starting races again at 1:10. We'll be starting the women's 1,000-meter races at 1:10, and we'll have 22 pairings this afternoon. So stay tuned. Grab yourself a lunch, maybe an Irish cream cup of coffee. Celebrate the day, and we'll see you back here in a little under an hour for the women's 1,000-meter races. Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the women's 1,000 meter in about 4.5 minutes. Again, we will be starting the women's 1,000 meter in about 4.5 minutes. Races start in just under 3 minutes. Again, 1,000 meter ladies. Races start in just under 3 minutes. We'll be starting races in just under 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, starting races in just under 2 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the women's 1,000 meter races in just under a minute. In the inner lane, for our first pair from Quebec, will be Chloe Jelinek. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, we will have Kirsten Hagen. And our skaters are off here. As you can see in our YouTube channel, we get a nice rear view of the athletes starting in the race. Again, the 1,000-meter race for the women is 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval's 400-meter ice surface. So 400 plus 400 plus 200 makes 1,000 meters, of course. We have a new camera set up called the Leprechaun Cam, which you can enjoy as the athletes pass the finish line there. Again, some new camera angles just to freshen things up here for our viewers on YouTube. Jelinek with a split time of 20:01 and Hagen with a 20:51. Remember, when you hear the bell, that's always the final lap. Final lap. Again, our camera team has done an amazing job of setting up some amazing shots here following these races that gives our viewers at home a real sense of being here at the Oval. Heading into the south corner before the last 100 meters. Here on the fastest ice in the world. And Kirsten Hagen with a final time of 1:22.84 and Jelinek with a final time of 1:23.62. That puts them into first and second place, respectively. Next up in pair number 2 in the inner lane from Alberta, we'll have Caitlin Pelkey, and in the outer lane from Quebec, we'll have Alison Lalonde. And our skaters are off. And we have a false start, ladies and gentlemen. A false start.
This race is one false.
That is an inner lane false start, an inner lane false start. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 2 of the women's 1,000 meter here on day 1 of Finally Finale, Canada Cup number 4, also St. Patrick's Day. We'll see who has the luck of the Irish today in our first day of races here in the final competition of the season. A split opener of 19.9 for Pelkey and a 20.02 for Lalonde. Again, the 1,000 meters is a total of 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval ice. There's Coach Mike Ireland there on the back stretch in the coach's box. The time to beat, of course, is Kirsten Hagen at 1:22.84. That's our Leprechaun Cam that you can catch there for our YouTube viewers. That Leprechaun Cam is located right by the finish line.
A little bit behind it. Near the cones.
Heading into the final lap when you hear the bell.
Now this is the finish.
This is the finish, sorry. And that's Caitlin Pelkey with the final time of 1:21.79, putting her into first position, and Alison Lalonde with a 1:23.19, putting her into third position. Next up in pair number 3 in the inner lane, we have from Quebec, Emmanuelle Cote, and in the outer lane from Alberta, we have Victoria Goplin. And Cote and Gopin are off here in pair number 3 for the women's 1,000 meter. Goplin's personal best for this race is a 1:21.41, and Cote's personal best for this race is a 1:21.39. We're looking, of course, to capture many personal bests here during finale, which is the final competition of the 2021-2022 season. The bell indicates a final lap for our skaters here. Heading into the backstretch in the final lap. That's Coach Christina Lazarescu in the coach's box, encouraging her athlete. Heading into the final south corner, into the last 100 meters here on the fastest ice in the world. And that's Cote with a final time of 1:21.37. And a final time of Victoria Gopin for a 1:20.62. That puts them into first and second places, respectively. Next up, in pair number 4, we have in the inner lane from Alberta, Haley Bell, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. And our skaters are off. Opener split time for Bell of 19:25 and Phaneuf with a 19:39. That puts them into first and second places, respectively. Phaneuf's personal best in this race is a 1:19.56, and Bell's is a 1:20.61. We're looking, of course, to get many personal bests, and who knows, we might even get some records this weekend. Heading into the final lap.
Do you have a photo of the water bottle?
Every athlete who gets a personal best gets an official Olympic Oval water bottle that we had custom made in the United States. And Audrey Phaneuf with a final time of 1:21.15, and Haley Bell with a final time of 1:23.43, putting them into second and seventh places. Next up in pair number 5, in the inner lane from the United States, we have Blair Cruikshank, and in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Caroline Gringas. Both skaters are off. Gingra with a personal best of a 1:19.80, and Cruikshank only slightly better at a 1:19.76, so very comparable races here. Racers. Split opener of 18:45 for Cruikshank, and Gingra with a 19:27, putting them in the first and third places. Again, the 1,000 meters is 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval ice. Looks like we got a cone hit. Heading into the final lap. Quite often in the last 40 seconds, lactic acid kicks in. It's really tough for these skaters, but they are pushing through. Into the South Bend and the final 100 meters. And Gingras with a final time of 1:21.33 and Cruikshank with a 1:19.94. Next up in pair number 6 in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Rose Lalibert, and in the inner lane from Alberta, we have Anna Bourgeois. And the skaters are off. Bourgeois' personal best in this race is a 1:18.61, and La Liberté Roy is a 1:18.36. Again, very close with these two racers. Split opener for La Liberté Roy with an 18.65 and Bourgeois with a 19.09. That puts them into second and third place right now. That's Coach Shannon Rempel and Mike Ireland there in the coach's box. Heading into the final lap, you'll hear the bell indicating the final lap for these racers. Again, it's that last 40 seconds that is really tough for these skaters, but they are professional athletes and they are training and they know how to get through that. Heading through the final backstretch into the south corner of the Olympic Oval. Heading into the final 100 meters. And Anna Bourgeois with a final time of 1:17.37. That is a new personal best. Congratulations, Anna. And Rose Laliberte Roy with a 1:17.35. That's also another personal best. Congratulations, ladies. Next up in pair number 7, in the inner lane from British Columbia, we have Alison Desmarais. And in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Gabrielle Jelonik. And our skaters are off. Desmarais has a personal best in this race with a 1:18.85 and Jelonik with a 1:17.97. Always looking to get personal bests at the Olympic Oval. That's Coach Mike Ireland there in the coach's box. That is the indicator for the final lap. Lots of fans cheering on these athletes. In the final stretch there, heading into the south corner of the oval and around to the final 100 meters. And Desmarais with a final time of 1:16.45. That's also a new personal best. And Jelonik with a 1:19.32. Congratulations, Allison. Next up in pair number 8, from the inner lane from British Columbia, we've got Abigail McCluskey. And in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Beatrice Lamarche. And our skaters are off here in pair number 8. LaMarche's personal best in this race is a 1:15.14. Heading through the south corner into the final lap. Into the final backstretch.
Lap was slower than Ali, but her start was that much faster.
Into the south corner of the oval. Into the final 100 meters here.
Final 50, Dave.
And that's a 1:17.75 for McCluskey and a 1:16.53 for LaMarche. That puts him into 2nd and 5th places, respectively. Next up in pair number 9, in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Claire Millard. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Chloe Bouchesne. And our skaters are off. Chloe Bouchesne has a personal best in this race of a 1:23.02. And Millard has a personal best in this race of a 1:22.90. The skater to beat this afternoon is Allison Desmarais, who is currently in the lead in first place. Split opener for Mallard of a 20.59 and Bouchesne with a 21.54. Heading into the final lap, you'll hear the bell. Bell indicating the final lap, of course. Again, lots of great shots for our viewers at home. Our camera crew has done an outstanding job of setting up so many cameras to give us some fantastic angles that make you feel like you're at the oval.
Number 19.
Into the final stretch, into the south corner.
Yeah, after the camera, it was double check it here.
And into the final 50 meters. And a final time of 1:24.37 for Millard and a 1:27.52 for Bouchesne. Next up in pair number 10 in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Ariane Fournier. And also from Quebec in the outer lane, we have Camille Tremblay. And our skaters are off in pair number 10 of the women's 1,000 meter here on day 1 of finale. Olympic Oval. Canada Cup, number 4. 2 women from Quebec in this heat, in this race, in this pairing. A total of 22 pairs we'll have this afternoon for the women's 1,000 meter. After today's 1,000 meter women's, we'll have the 1,000 meter men's. And that'll be day 1 for finale Canada Cup 4. Skaters heading into the final lap. You'll hear the bell indicating the final lap. Around the north corner. Into the final stretch. Heading into the south corner, into the final 50 meters. And Fournier with a final time of 1:22.46 and Tremblay with a 1:24.37. Next up in pair number 11 in the inner lane from Sweden, Anne-Marie Linkvist. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zoe Luders. Skaters are off. Again, a great rear shot here of our athletes as they start the race. 2.5 times around the 400-meter surface. We'll see if Desmarais can hold the luck of the Irish today. She's in first position. Split opener of 20.76 for Linkvist and a 20.63 for Luders. And a big shout out today to all of our amazing volunteers. We have well over 100 volunteers helping out run these competitions, and throughout the year it really makes a big difference to have all their support. They are truly the heart and soul of the Oval. Heading into the final lap. Through the north corner into the final stretch at the back. Into the south bend and into the final 50 meters. And Luders with a final time of 1:23.01 and Linkvist with a 1:24.03. Next up in pair number 12, in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Rachel Freitag, and in the outer lane from Alberta, we have Molly Johnson. And our skaters off here from our elite athlete pathway. That's Rachel Freitag and Molly Johnson. We've had quite a spectacular year here at the Olympic Oval for the 2021-2022 season. Despite a worldwide pandemic, our athletes have done exceptionally well. Total of 2.5 laps around the Olympic Oval surface. And if you're tuning in on YouTube, you'll notice that we have lots of fantastic camera angles to give you that real feeling of being here at the Olympic Oval. That bell indicates the final lap here. And our leprechaun cam you can see on the side, catching the athletes from the side view. Into the back stretch for the final lap. That's Coach Mike Ireland there in the coach's box. Into the final bend in the south part of the oval, into the last 50 meters. And Molly Johnson with a final time of 1:23.37, and Rachel Freitag with a final time of 1:24.59. Next up in pair number 13 in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Alex Delvaux. And also in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Emily Greenfield. And our skaters are off. Both skaters from Quebec here in this pairing. Following today's ladies' 1,000 meters, we will have the men's 1,000 meter. And that'll be day one of finale. Into their first backstretch here. The time to beat, of course, is Allison Desmarais with a 1:16.45. The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap. Heading into the final stretch here before they get into the South Bend. Through the South Bend into the final 50 meters. And Alex Delvaux with a 1:23.73 and Emily Greenfield with a 1:23.88. Next up, folks, is pair number 14. In the inner lane from Alberta, we'll have Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Ontario, we'll have Alexa Anika. And our skaters are off here for pair number 14 of 22 this afternoon for the women's 1,000 meter. A total of 2.5 times around the Olympic oval ice. Both skaters part of the Elite Athlete Pathway program here at the Olympic Oval. Into the first stretch there, that's Coach Christina Lazarescu.
Blades off the ice, the foot's in the air, and then she gets down.
Into the South Bend. The bell indicating one more lap to go, one more lap to go.
As I see it.
Around the North Bend. Into the backstretch. Again, that's our Olympic Oval coach there, Christina Lazarescu, who, by the way, speaks a total of 4 languages. And into the final 50 meters. And Alexa Anika with a final time of 1:23.89 and Emma Langstrom with a final time of 1:24.33. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is pair number 15. In the inner lane from Quebec, we have Sandrine Levesque, and in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Juliette Grenier. And our skaters are off here in pair number 15 of 22 for the women's 1,000 meter. After the women's 1,000 meter today, we will have a total of 33 pairings for the men's 1,000 meter. And for those of us joining us on YouTube, thank you so much for watching us at home. And we hope that you are enjoying the races in the comfort of your sofa or laptop or iPad. Looks like we have over 100 people watching, which is fantastic. Be sure to tell all your friends about us. The time to beat, of course, is Alison Desmarais with a 1:16.45. Into the North Bend. Into the final stretch. Sorry, the back stretch. And into the final 50 meters. And that's a final time of 1:24.32 for Sandrine Levesque and a 1:26.83 for Juliette Grenier. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, in pair number 16, in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Rachel Mallard. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, we have Brooke Braun. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a false start. That is a false start. And that false start is on the inner lane. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 16 of 22. 16 of 22 for the women's 1,000 meter this afternoon. A total of 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval Ice. Again, a very big shout out to our incredible volunteers, our officials, and our staff who are running this weekend's Olympic Oval finale and Canada Cup number 4. A lot of work is required to run these competitions, so we are very much thankful.
Thank you to our market.
Dustin found the water balls. I think they're really good. I think they're really nice. The bell indicating the final lap here. The bell indicating the final lap. Mallard versus Braun in this race. Into the final stretch there. That's Coach Christina Lazarescu in the back. Into the South Bend. And into the final 50 meters. And a time of 1:27.17 for Rachel Mallard and a 1:28.46 for Brooke Braun. Next up for pair number 17 in the inner lane from Alberta, we have Camille Alford. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, we have Sylvie Lloyd. And our skaters are off. And for those of us just joining us now on YouTube, we have a few more pairings left here in the women's 1,000 meter, but be sure to stay with us for the men's 1,000 meter, which will be following today's races, today's 1,000 meter women's races, I should say. Opener split time of 21 even for Alfred and a 1981 for Lloyd.
Used to be combined.
Into the back stretch there, around the north bend.
4 really long days. This is 7 days.
Yeah, but it was more than 4 days, too. Like, I think it
Oh.
was 5, and it was like, there was days we had them in there.
The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap.
And that's why I was like, we gotta split this into 2.
And for all of our athletes that managed to get a personal best this weekend, they will be getting an official Olympic Oval water bottle that we had custom made in California, something that is really quite special.
Originally, they were kind of, there was one bigger than that, and we
Into the final stretch and into the south bend.
because it was just too, it was hard to do that. Kind of.
And into the final 50 meters.
Yeah.
And that is a 126.55 for Sylvie Lloyd and a 128.17 for Camille Alford. Next up in pair number 18 in the inner lane from British Columbia, we have Elizabeth Smith. And in the outer lane from Sweden, we've got Tina Svensson. Smith and Svensson here in pair number 18 of 22 for the women's 1,000 meter. Day one of a finale, which we affectionately term as finally finale because it is the final speed skating competition of the 2021-2022 season. A spectacular season, I might add, for our athletes.
Hey guys, those are some pretty good times for one.
Heading into the south bend.
I'm assuming that was a PB for her.
The bell indicates a final lap. The bell indicates a final lap. And what all of our viewers may or may not know is that really with these kinds of races, it's that last 30, 40 seconds where lactic acid really kicks into the athlete's legs and it makes it really a punishing race. Into the south bend in the final 50 meters.
Into the paper, we can check.
And Svensson with a final time of 1:27.74, and Smith with a final time of 1:29.80. Next up for pair number 19 in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Sarah Murray, and in the outer lane, also from Ontario, we have Daria Vaught. And the skaters are off for pair number 19. Pair number 19. 4 more pairs to go in this afternoon's women's 1,000 meter races here. And for those of us joining us in YouTube just now, we will have the men's 1,000 meter after the women's 1,000 meter races. So be sure you stay tuned for that. The time to beat, of course, is Alison Desmarais at 1:16.48. She has the luck of the Irish today. The bell indicates the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap. Through the north bend into the final stretch. Through the final stretch into the south bend. And into the final 50 meters. And that's a 1:30.39 for Daria Vaught and a 1:31.52 for Sarah Murray. Next up in pair number 20 in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Haley Murray. And in the outer lane, also from Ontario, we have Brielle Durham. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a false start. That is a false start. And that's a false start for the inner lane, a false start for the inner lane. And our skaters are off. This is pair 20 of 22 for this afternoon's women's 1,000-meter races. The time to beat, Alison Desmarais with a 1:16.48. Opener split time of 21:06 for Murray and a 21:36 for Durham. Through the backstretch into the south corner of the oval. The bell indicates the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap. Heading through the north bend into the final stretch. You see the two coaches there in the coach's box. Athletes heading into the south corner before the final 50 meters of their pairing. And that is a final time of 1:30.35 for Haley Murray and a 1:32.51 for Brielle Durham. Next up in pairing number 21 in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Juliette Vaillancourt. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, we have Rachel Spridzens. And our skaters are off in the second last pairing of today's women's 1,000-meter. Day one of Finale Canada Cup number 4, an event that we affectionately call Finally Finale. An opener split time of 21:09 for Vaillancourt and a 22:06 for Spridzens. Into the backstretch. through the south bend. When you hear the bell, that means one more lap to go. One more lap to go for this pair. Skaters heading through the north bend into the back stretch. Lactic acid really kicks in at this point for these skaters, but they push through. Into the south bend and in the final 50 meters. And it's a 131.87 for Vaillancourt and a 135.50 for Spridzens. And in our final heat of the afternoon for the women's 1,000 meter, in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Kaylin Jolliffe, and from the outer lane in Quebec, we have Catherine Girard. And our skaters are off in the final pair of today's women's 1,000 meter race. Again, 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval 400 meter ice surface. A little fun fact for our viewers at home and in the audience here. This year marks the 35th anniversary of the Olympic Oval, which we will hold on September 27th of this year. 35 years. The time to beat, of course, is Alison Desmarais with a 1:16.48. She currently has the luck of the Irish. Through the south bend. The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap for these women. Through the north bend and the back stretch. Pushing through to the south bend. Through the south bend into the final 50 meters. Final 50 meters. And that is a final time of 1:35.91 for Catherine Girard and a 1:36.72 for Kaylin Jolliffe. Congratulations all of our pairings today for the women's 1,000 meter. Ladies and gentlemen, the results for this race: in first place, Alison Desmarais from British Columbia with a final time of 1:16.45. In second place, Beatrice Lamarche from Quebec with a final time of 1:16.53. And the third place is Rose Lalibert-Roy from Quebec with a final time of 1:17.35. Ladies and gentlemen, we will commence the men's 1,000 meter races in just under 29 minutes at 2:30, so we look forward to having you there. Go grab yourself a cup of coffee and a snack, maybe an Irish cream here for St. Patrick's Day, and we will see you back here in just under 28 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the men's 1,000 meter in just about 3 minutes. We'll be starting the men's 1,000 meter races in just about 3 minutes. Just under 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Just under 2 minutes for the men's 1,000 meter. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In just under a minute, we're going to be starting the men's 1,000 meter here on day one of Finale Canada Cup 4. In the first pairing this afternoon for the men's 1,000 meter, in the inner lane from Quebec, we will have William Lemelin Bilodeau. And in the outer lane from Alberta, we'll have Zachary Lacroix. And our first pair is off in today's men's 1,000 meter here on day one of Finale Canada Cup 4. Zachary Lacroix versus William Lemelin Bilodeau. Opener split time of 17:24 for Lemelin Bilodeau and a 17:5 for Lacroix, putting them in first and second places respectively. Lacroix is the son of former Oval high performance manager and coach Marcel Lacroix. We'll have a total of 20 pairings for the first set of the men's 1,000 meter, and then we'll have a flood break, and then we'll have the remainder 13.
I think honestly too, if you're gonna
Heading into the backstretch there and into the final bend and the south part of the oval. And into the last 50 meters. And Bilodeau with the final time of 1:10.99 and Lacroix with a 1:13.19, putting them in first and second places respectively. Next up in pair number 2, in the inner lane from Alberta, we'll have Matthias Bath, and in the outer lane, also from Alberta, we'll have Cody Miller. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 2 of today out of the first set of 20 races.
But they like flicker. Whatever.
And for those of us who are joining us on YouTube, thank you so much for joining. We hope that you are enjoying the races in the comfort of your home or your iPhone or your iPad. Our technical team and our camera crew have set up some nice camera angles to give you that feel of being just like you're at the Oval. That's Coach Mike Ireland there in the coach's box. Heading through the south bend. When you hear the bell, that means one more lap to go. One more lap to go. Time to beat right now is a 1. Into the final stretch before the final south bend. And in the final 50 meters. And Bath with the final time of 1:11.16 and Miller with a 1:12.17, putting them into second and third places. Next up in pairing number 3, we have from Quebec in the inner lane, Guillaume Labbé, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson. And our skaters are off in pair 3 of 22 today. Again, the 1,000 meters is 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval's 400-meter ice surface. A little fun fact about the Olympic Oval, it is the only sports facility in Canada to have 26 Olympic medalists with a total of 36 Olympic medals. No other facility in Canada can lay claim to that. When you hear the bell, that means the final lap, Into the final stretch there, that's coaches Shannon Rempel and Mike Ireland in the back there. Into the final 50 meters. And Gibson with a final time of 1:10.96, putting him into first position, and Labbé with a 1:11.30, putting him into fourth. Next up in pair number 5, in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Christopher Fiola, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Max Halleck. And the skaters are off here in pair number 5 of 20 for the men's 1,000 meter. Total of 20 pairings that we'll have this afternoon here on the fastest ice in the world. Little fun fact this year, it is the Olympic Oval's 35th anniversary. We'll be holding our 35th anniversary celebration on September 27th. When you hear the bell that indicates the final lap, bell indicating the final lap, you can hear friends and fans cheering on. North bend into the final stretch, into the back stretch, sorry. Into the south bend and into the final 50 meters of this race.
1:09.2.
And Brunet with a 1:10.12 and Doyon with a 1:11.73. That puts Cedric Brunet in first place. Next up, in pair number 6, we have in the inner lane from Alberta, Paul Coder, and in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Frank Roth. Christopher Fiola and Max Halleck. Fiola and Halleck, and my apologies, I had announced 2 other skaters earlier. That is my mistake.
Thanks, Leslie. Good catch.
Not actually listening and just names being announced. I wish buttons.
The bell indicating the final lap for this men's 1,000-meter race. Again, this is Christopher Fiola from Quebec and Max Halleck from Alberta. Through the final backstretch into the South Bend. And we have a 1:08.49 for Christopher Fiola, putting him into first place, and Max Halleck with a time of 1:10.77, putting him into third. Congratulations, Christopher. Next up in pair number 6 in the inner lane is Paul Coder, and in the outer lane is Frank Roth. And my apologies for the name mix-up prior to that. And the skaters are off here in the 6th pair of 20 in the first set of the men's 1,000-meter races. Again, 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval ice surface for a total of 1,000 meters. Opener split time is 17:05 for Coder and a 16:83 for Roth. Currently, Christopher Fiola is in the lead. Today being the first day of Finale Canada Cup 4, an event we affectionately call Finally Finale. The bell indicating the final lap for this pairing. Into the South Bend and into the final 50 meters. And Frank Roth with a final time of 1:09.34, putting him into second position, and Paul Coder with a 1:09.73, putting him into third position. Next up in pair number 7 in the inner lane from Nova Scotia, we have Cooper Emmen, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. And the skaters are off here. Pair number 7, Emmen and Weideman. Nova Scotia versus Ontario. Split opener of 16.5 for Emmen and a 17.4 for Weideman. That's Coach Todd McClements there in the coach's box. Through the South Bend. The bell indicating the final lap here. The bell indicating the final lap. Heading into the final stretch.
Same as Fiola. First two lines.
Into the south bend and into the final 50 meters. That's a final time of 1:08.94 for Emmon, putting him into second position, and Weideman with a 1:09.88, putting him into fifth position. Next up in pair number 8, in the inner lane from Quebec, we have David Leroux, and in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Hubert Marcoux. And skaters are off here in pair number 8 for the men's 1,000-meter races. A total of 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval ice surface. Heading through the first section of the backstretch into the south corner. Again, the bell indicates 1 lap to go. The bell indicates 1 lap to go. And for those of us who are joining us on YouTube, we do want to hear your feedback and your comments, so don't be shy and fill that out on our YouTube channel. Into the backstretch again through the south bend. With the final 50 meters to go. And Leroux with a final time of 1:08.75, putting him into second position, and Marcoux with a 1:09.86, putting him into sixth position. Next up, in pair number 9, in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Matthew Laxton, and in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Charles-Émile Jelinet-Dion. And the skaters are off here in pair number 9 of 20 in this first grouping of 1,000-meter races for our athletes. Today is, of course, the first day of Olympic Oval finale Canada Cup 4. It is the final competition of the season here for the 2021-2022 season, a spectacular season for many athletes who train here at the Olympic Oval. The bell indicating the final lap. Into the final stretch. Into the south bend. And into the final 50 meters for this race. And Laxton with a final time of 1:12.66 and Jelinet-Dion with a 1:13.04. Next up in pair number 10 in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Jonah Hurtubise, and in the outer lane from Alberta, we have Hobbs Holzer. And our skaters are off here in pair number 10 of 20. So a little halfway done for the first set of skaters here for the 1,000-meter races. The time to beat, of course, is Christopher Fiola's.
I think he did one competition with short track.
Opener split time is 17:33 for Hurtubise and a 17:31 for Holzer. Heading into the south bend of the oval. The bell indicating the final lap. Bell indicating the final lap. Into the final stretch and the last turn before the final 50 meters. And Jonah Hurtubise with the final time of 1:11.56 and Hobbs Holzer with a 1:11.12. Next up in pair 11 in the inner lane from British Columbia, we have Eric Orlowski, and in the outer lane from Sweden, Adam Axelsson. And the skaters are off here in pairing 11 of 20 in the first set of the men's 1,000-meter races here this afternoon. Day 1, Olympic Oval finale, Canada Cup 4. We'll have a total of 4 days of racing for this weekend and final 2 days of the week races. And then the Olympic Oval will go into ice out until July. Heading through the south bend. When you hear the bell, again, that is the indicator for one more lap to go, one more lap to go. Lots of teammates and fans cheering on our athletes. Through the final stretch into the south bend. And the final 50 meters of the race. And a final time of 1:11.70 for Orlowski and a 1:12.34 for Axelsson. Next up, for pair number 12 in the inner lane from British Columbia, we've got Craig Miller. And in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Gregory Picard. And our skaters are off. Picard versus Miller. Opener split time is 17:63 for Miller and a 17:68 for Picard. Little fun fact tonight. Picard, Season 2, Episode 3. Make sure you take a look. Through the south bend. The bell indicating the final lap. Bell indicating the final lap. Into the final stretch. Into the south bend. And into the final 50 meters of this race. And Miller with a final time of 1:11.81 and Picard with a final time of 1:13.67. Next up in pair number 13 in the inner lane from Manitoba, we have Joel Simpson. And in the outer lane from Sweden, David Carlingsjo. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 13 of 20 in this afternoon's men's 1,000 meter. After the 20th pairing, we'll have a flood and continue with the remaining 13 pairs. A total of 2.5 times around the Olympic Oval ice surface. It's a big deal for many of our skaters because this is the final competition of the season before spring break and ice out. The bell indicating final lap for this pairing. Through the north bend down to the back stretch. Through the south bend into the final 50 meters. Final time of 1:12.29 for Joel Simpson and a 1:12.43 for David Carlingsjo.
He's pumped.
Next up in pair number 14 from France in the inner lane we have Thomas Melin, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Simon Coots. And our skaters are off. Again, this is pair number 14 of 20. Pair number 14 of 20 for the men's 1,000 meter. Day 1 of Olympic Oval Finale, Canada Cup, number 4. During our ice out season, many skaters will do dryland training, trips throughout Alberta and British Columbia, honing their skills before they get back on the ice in July. Heading through the south bend. The bell indicating the final lap. Bell indicating the final lap. Through the north bend into the final stretch. Heading into the south bend. And into the final 50 meters. And Simon Coots with a final time of 1:12.04 and Thomas Malin with a final time of 1:12.71. Next up is pair number 15 in the inner lane from Saskatchewan. We've got Luca Wieman. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Chris Holmstead. And our skaters are off. Pair number 15 of 20 here for the first set of the men's 1,000 meter. Then we'll take a flood break and do the remaining 13 pairs. For those of us just turning in for the races here on YouTube, welcome. We hope you're enjoying the races. Our technical and communications team and videographers have set up an amazing set of cameras for you to enjoy the races so that you feel like you are just in the oval. The bell indicating the final lap. Bell indicates the final lap in the 1,000 meter. Through the final stretch with Coach Lazarescu and Ireland in the coach's box. Through the final stretch into the south corner and the final 50 meters of the race. And Luca Vieman with a final time of a 1:13.22, and Chris Holmstead with a final time of 1:13.15. Next up in pair number 16 in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Zachary Desprez, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. And our skaters are off. This is pair number 16 of 20 for the men's 1,000 meter. After pair 20, we'll go into a flood break, and then we'll return for the final 13 pairings for day one of Olympic Oval finale, Canada Cup 4. We'll have many more races this weekend for tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday, so be sure to tune in on our YouTube channel or join us here at the Olympic Oval in person. The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap. Also, be sure to follow us on our social media channels at the Olympic Oval. Heading into the final south bend and the last 50 meters. And Desprez with a final time of 1:13.18 and Champagne with a 1:13.20. Next up in pair number 17, in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, we have Bon Lo, and in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Antoine Hamel. And our skaters are off. Pair number 17 of 20. 17 of 20. 4 more pairings to go for this first set of the men's 1,000 meter. We'll have a flood break after this, after pair 20 actually, and then we'll head into the final 13 pairs. Little fun fact, Bon Lo is actually a graduate from the RBC training ground. And the bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap. Heading into the final stretch, heading into the final stretch. Final stretch into the south bend. And the south bend into the final 50 meters of this race. Final time of 1:14.21 for Hamel and a 1:15.86 for Lowe.
So you can see the front of
Next up in pair number 18, in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Emil Hodzik-Santor, and in the outer lane from the Netherlands, Bart Sefinga. And off our skaters are. This is pair number 18. Pair number 18 of 20 for the first set of the men's 1,000 meter. We hope you enjoyed the Olympic Winter Games in Beijing, and many of our athletes in Beijing train here at the Olympic Oval, now home to 26 Olympic medalists and 36 Olympic medals. The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap for these athletes. Into the final backstretch, into the final backstretch. Into the south bend. And finally, the last 50 meters. Santor with a final time of 1:13.31 and Sefinga with a 1:15.47. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, pair number 19 in the inner lane from Quebec, we have Emile Huard, and in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, we have Daniel Pauli. And our skaters are off. Pair 19 of 20, pair 19 of 20 before we have a flood break, and we'll do the remaining 13 pairs this afternoon. The time to beat, of course, is Christopher Fiola. That is the time to beat. We'll have a total of 4 competition days this weekend for Olympic Oval Finale, Canada Cup 4. And then we'll be wrapping up the ice for the season. The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap. Into the final stretch. Into the final stretch and the final south turn. The south bend, and the last 50 meters. And Huard with a final time of 1:14.83, and Pauli with a 1:14.92. Next up in this final pairing for the first set of the men's 1,000 meter in the inner lane from Sweden, we'll have Wilhelm Kensekar, and in the outer lane from Quebec, we'll have Felix Larochelle. And our skaters are off. This is the final pairing of the first of 20. After the flood break, we'll have 13 more races, 13 more pairings.
We're going to do 3:30.
The time to beat, of course, the skater to beat is Christopher Fiola. He is currently in the lead. These skaters coming in to the final lap, the bell indicating the final lap. Into the north bend, heading into the final stretch. Seeing their coaches encouraging them on. Into the south bend. And Kensekar with a final time of 1:13.01 and La Rochelle with a 1:14.87. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our first of 20 pairings this afternoon. We'll be doing pairs 21 through 33 at exactly 3:30. So you have about a little over 20 minutes to go grab yourself a cup of coffee. Right now in the lead, we have Christopher Fiola in first place with a 1:08.49, followed by David LaRue with a 1:08.75, and then Cooper Emin with a 1:08.93. We will see you back here in just a little over 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, in just about 4 minutes, we'll be doing the remaining 13 pairs. The remaining 13 pairs for the men's 1,000 meter in just under 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting the final 13 pairings in just under 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to start the next 13 pairs for the men's 1,000 meter. In pair number 21, we will have in the inner lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson, and in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. And our skaters are off in this pair number 21 of 33. Pair number 21 of 33 in the men's 1,000 meter. The time to beat, of course, is still Christopher Fiola.
I basically told Karen, I was like, this should be booked.
Again, it's 2.5 laps around the Olympic Oval ice surface. Here on the fastest ice in the world on day 1 of Olympic Oval Finale Canada Cup 4. That is the bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicating the final lap for these skaters. As you can see, the ice is beautifully shiny after a nice flooding. Into the final stretch, heading into the South Bend. And into the final 50 meters.
There is still ice available, so it's just
And Farquharson with a final time of 1:15.89, and Waddington with a 1:16.21. Next up in pair number 22 in the inner lane from British Columbia, we have Nicholas Guliov, and then the outer lane from Switzerland, Matthias Nag. And the skaters are off in pair number 22 of 33. Pair 22 of 33.
Okay.
Today is, of course, day one of the finale, Canada Cup number 4, for a total of 4 days of competition here at the Olympic Oval. And after finale is done, the Olympic Oval will shut down, take out its ice for springtime training, and then open again in July.
It was really good. If you would
The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicates the final lap for our athletes here. And a quick shout out to all of our YouTube viewers who are watching these races live. We hope you're enjoying the races in the comfort of your home. Into the backstretch and into the
have been good the past few weeks. Like,
south bend before the final 50 meters.
no athlete complains. So I just said, seems like it's good.
And Guliov with a final time of 1:14.05. And Nagali with a final time of 1:17.42. And that takes us into pair number 23. In the inner lane from Quebec, we have William Lefrancois. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, we have Aime Perrault. And our skaters are off here in pair number 23 of 33. Pair 23 of 33 in the men's 1,000 meter. A little fun fact here. After the Beijing 2022 Olympics, we now have 26 Olympic medalists, and with a combined total of 36 Olympic medals, all through athletes who train here at the Olympic Oval, now in its 35th year. The bell indicates the final lap. The bell, of course, indicates the final lap for these athletes. Heading into the north bend and the final stretch. North bend and the final stretch. Turning into the south bend and into the final 50 meters of this race. Into the final 50 meters of this race. And Lefrancois with a final time of 1:17.48, and Perrault with a final time of 1:20.11. Next up in pair number 24, we have in the inner lane from Sweden, Oscar Nilsson, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Freitag. And our skaters are off in pairing 24 of 33. 24 of 33 here at the Olympic Oval, the fastest ice in the world. Total of 2.5 times around the Olympic oval ice. A total of 2.5 times. Heading into the South Bend. The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicating the final lap. Christopher Fiola is still the time to beat. Christopher Fiola is still the time to beat for today's race. Into the final stretch. Heading into the south turn at the oval. Into the final 50 meters. And Nilsson takes this pairing with a 1:17.33 and Freytag with a 1:19.19. Next up, we have pair 25 in the inner lane from Alberta. We have Caleb Jacobson. And in the outer lane from Quebec, we have William Boissonneau. And our skaters are off here in pair number 25 of 33 here for the men's 1,000-meter races. Alberta versus Quebec in this pairing. The time to beat, of course, the skater to beat is Christopher Fiola, who's still holding the lead. That's Coach Christina Lazarescu there in the coach's box. And the bell indicates the final lap for this pairing. The bell indicates the final lap for this pairing. Split time of 46.36 for Jacobson and a 48.61 for Boissonneau. Into the final stretch. Into the final stretch before the last turn and the final 50 meters of this race. And Jacobson with a final time of 1:16.76 and Boissonneau with a final time of 1:18.81, putting them into 43rd and 47th positions, respectively. Next up is pair number 26 in the inner lane from Quebec. We have Ethan Demel. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, we have Jack Hansen. And we just have one skater in this pairing, Ethan Demel. Again, the athlete to beat for this race is Christopher Fiola. And be sure to join us tomorrow for day 2 of Olympic Oval Finale Canada Cup number 4. Another day jam-packed with some amazing racing for this 4-day competition before the Oval closes up for the spring and gets ready for the summer season again. That bell indicating the final lap with a split time of 47.41 for Demel. Into the final 50 meters here. And Demel with a final time of 1:17.98. Next up, we have pair number 27 in the inner lane from Saskatchewan. We have Oscar Stakmichas, and in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas. Stack Mikasu versus Thomas in this pairing from pair number 27. And although this next 4 days is the final long track competition, we still have next weekend the Masters short track competition on the short track ice. So be sure to join us for that. After the Masters short track, we will be taking out the ice for the season. And the bell indicates the final lap for the men's 1,000 meter. The final lap for the men's 1,000 meter here on this beautiful Thursday afternoon in Calgary. And we're very happy to be live streaming this to our YouTube subscribers.
So is that a master guy that you're talking about?
And we have Stack Mikasu with a final time of 1:19.67 and Thomas with a 1:22.08. Next up in pair number 28 in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Stephen Lee. And in the outer lane from Alberta, we have Ian Dwyer. And Stephen Lee is off in this race. There's a slight correction here. We just have one skater in this race. One skater in this race. Stephen Lee from Ontario. Just a few more pairings here before the end of day one of the Olympic Oval finale, Canada Cup number 4, and an event that we affectionately call Finally Finale. After well over 20 competitions throughout the season, our skaters take a well-needed break before they start spring training, and we open the ice again in July. And we will be having the Masters competition, the short track, next weekend, so be sure to join us in person for that event. One more lap to go for this skater, one more lap to go. Into the backstretch. Heading into the final last turn in the southern part of the oval and the final 50 meters. And the final time of 1:20.84 for Stephen Lee. Next up in pair number 29, in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Joshua Sutherland, and in the outer lane from British Columbia, we have Benjamin Konwicki. So 5 more pairs, ladies and gentlemen, 5 more pairs before the end of today's races. This is Ontario versus British Columbia. The athlete to beat is Christopher Fiola We're still holding in first position.
So after Zoom, did you say?
Heading to the first backstretch here of this race.
As fast as who?
The bell indicating the final lap. The bell indicating the final lap. We have a split time of 49:27 for Sutherland and a 50:36 for Conwicky.
You said she was as fast as.
Into the backstretch. Through the southern final turn in this race, in the southern part of the oval, and the last 50 meters. And Sutherland takes this race with a 1:20.66 and Conwicky with a 1:22.41. Next up in pair 30 in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, we have Liam McCague, and in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Findlay Tilloch. McCaig versus Tilloch, Nova Scotia versus Saskatchewan in this pairing. A total of 33 pairings for the men's 1,000 meter. Heading into the final lap here, heading into the final lap for Liam McCaig and Findlay Tilloch. Into the backstretch there with Coach Christina Lazarescu. Into the final turn here at the southern part of the oval and the last 50 meters.
Yeah, it was probably super short because they're going to Montreal or Quebec City next week.
A final time of 1:21.06 for Findlay Tilloch and a 1:22.86 for Liam McCaig. Next up in pair 31, we have in the inner lane from Alberta, we have Zachary Adelman, and in the inner lane from Ontario, we have Scott Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a false start. That is a false start.
That's
And this is pair 31 of 33, pair 31 of 33 here on day one of Olympic Finale Canada Cup number 4. As we wrap up the 2021-2022 season, we will head into our 35th anniversary, which is part of the 2022-2023 season.
We're gonna have specific. One.
And the bell indicates the final lap for this pairing. The bell indicates the final lap for this pairing. The athlete to beat, of course, is still Christopher Fiola, who is currently in first place in the standings.
Nothing's happened in the last 3 years, so there's nothing to report.
Good, just make the
And Edelman with a final time of 1:23.79, and Taylor with a 1:26.70. Next up is pair number 32. In the inner lane from Manitoba, we have Aaron Riel, and in the outer lane from Quebec, we have Joseph Perreault. This is pair number 32, of course. 2 more races to go for the men's 1,000-meter races here. An opening split time of 19:05 for Aaron Riel and a 20:43 for Joseph Perreault. Heading in through the south turn into the oval here, the bell indicating the final lap for this pairing. The bell indicating the final lap for this pairing. Is it the men's 5K tomorrow or men's 5K, women's 3K? That's it? And then heading into the final 50 meters here. And Riel with a final time of 1:24.27 and Perreault with a 1:27.21. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have pair number 33, which is just one skater from Alberta, Bob Irvin. John, when you're skating, you're ripped. And Irvin is off here in the final race for today's men's 1,000 meter. Be sure to join us tomorrow on day 2 of Olympic Oval Finale Canada Cup number 4 for the men's 5,000, the women's 3,000, and the women's 500. So 3 sets of races tomorrow. Bob with a split time of 21:28. Heading into the south turn.
I'm not sure.
791.
The bell indicating the last lap of the day, last lap of the men's 1,000 meter for finale. Heading through the backstretch. Into the south corner, south bend actually. Into the last 50 meters. And Irving comes in with a final time of 1:29.27. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up today's races for day 1 of Olympic Oval Finale Canada Cup number 4. Please join us tomorrow for day 2 with the men's 5,000 meter, the women's 3,000 meter, and the women's 500 meter. And as a little recap for today, in first position, Christopher Fiola from Quebec with a 1:08.49. David Leroux, also from Quebec, with a 1:08.75. And Cooper Amin from Nova Scotia with a final time of 1:08.93. Congratulations, athletes. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful St. Patrick's Day.